Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
You are watching The View from Hampton U, exploring Hampton University's rich history, the past, present, and promising future.
Welcome to Hampton University and The View from Hampton U. Today we're going to examine a movement that is said to be taking the nation by storm. The Genius is Common movement has emboldened young people throughout the nation, and that has also happened here at Hampton University. Let's take a look at what some of our students have to say about being a genius.
Hi, my name is Gavin Harden, and my genius is to be able to give off positive vibes and spread a smile. Genius is common.
My name is Brianna Lomax, and my genius is artistic expression through writing and showing compassion to everyone I meet. Genius is common.
My name is Atia Strange, and my genius is the power of expression. Art is universal. I sing, I draw, I film, I photograph. Genius is common.
My name is Maya Harris, and my genius consists of all the gifts that God has given to me. I am a giver, I am passionate about bringing ideas to life, and I have mastered the concept of finding the good in everything. Genius is common.
My name is Diamond Sidmore. My genius is acknowledging the beauty in my own mistakes while challenging others to do the same in order to cultivate and grow. Genius is common.
My name is Almajid Edwards. A lot of people think genius is about being talented or being smart. It's not true. Genius is about influence. Whether it's an equation, whether you're reading or writing, research, harmonies, what have you, genius is about the opportunity, the moment of impact where you can influence another person and uplift them. My genius is poetry. Genius is common.
Hampton University has a long-standing history of supporting geniuses and the movements that they create. For example, General Chapman Armstrong established this great institution in 1868. And did you know that Booker T. Washington was also an alum of Hampton University? I could go on and on about the geniuses who've come through these doors and have exited to go out into the world to make a great difference. That's what's important to us. That's what's important about the Genius is Common movement. What is your genius? You should take the time to think about that today. So thank you for watching The View from Hampton U. And remember, genius is truly common.
When you feel like you're about to hate yourself, love someone. And when you feel like you're about to hate someone, love yourself. And when you feel like it's the end of the world, breathe and remember that you have to go inhale in order to exhale deep. Like a person who thinks too much. I thought about the word genius and thought, genie in us. Then I thought, if there's a genie, then there must be wishes. So I made a wish upon my genius and became inspired to write a piece about war and the way that it destroys worlds, boys and girls weeping over spirits no longer married to the corpses that carried them as child, laughing, funny. How air forces its way back in even when we just want to exhale. Well, I didn't finish that poem because I'm a firm believer in oneness. So no matter how much I disliked the military, I kept coming to the conclusion that all the soldiers in the army are me. So I went back to my genie and I made another wish. I wished for words that would uplift. The genie sent me poems that sounded more like spaceships, because you know we've been working this great shit and we ain't made shit. I wished we could fly us a spaceship that fly so high that we no longer need to exhale, because we in heaven. Fly so far and so fast into outer space that we end up turning into energy. G for genius, for genie, for magic, as you are, as you were, and as you always will be, made of the same star that you see as far, but in fact so close enough for us to shoot for, because Lord knows we need something to shoot for, because too often we are shot at. We gotta pay attention to buy time, to train ourselves to shoot back, not like bullets but like stars. Make wishes on the genie that you are, the genie in us, the genius in you, the only person on this earth smart enough to make the dreams that you hope for come true.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11 I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this, because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
you guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem?
Okay.
There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. but that's just between us. And with the power to make big purchases in his hands, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hompton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy, especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Did you know a typical passenger vehicle that has a fuel economy of about 22 miles per gallon and drives about 11,500 miles per year emits about 4.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide on an annual basis? In order to save this planet we call home, we have to make an immediate change in the way we navigate everyday life. Derrick Automotive is that change. Our ambition is to build full-size, near-zero emission electric drive vehicles that don't rely on the electric grid. Derrick Automotive makes driving an electric vehicle extremely convenient without sacrificing a sleek modern design that is sure to capture the attention wherever you go. Make the choice to take part in a movement to help preserve our planet today. Choose Derrick Automotive. Visit us on the web today to learn more.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you are located. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaugh, CEO of 5-Star BDM, where we help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton. Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton has championed education from kindergarten through college, following her parents' footsteps, who were both educators. She thoroughly enjoys teaching and is grateful for the opportunity to help multi-generational students discover their purpose, uncover gifts and talents, and expand their worldview. I present to you Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton, the Unmasking Guru.
Good morning, and thank you for that welcome. I'm ready to share with you how to achieve emotional wellness today.
This is wonderful. So I'm going to allow you to do that. This is great. Thank you for being here this morning. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello. And so what I want to talk to you about today, first let me tell you that I am one of a number of speakers at CMV Communicators. It is a family-owned business. We all have our expertise, and mine is mental health. I have kind of crafted the mental health piece with the higher education piece. And so I show up as the Unmasking Guru. And you say, people like, Dr. Boone Thornton, why are you the Unmasking Guru? Because for years I have worked with families and individuals, mainly children, but children have parents and families and a bigger environment. And so as I worked and I talked and I realized many people were struggling with the dichotomy that we experience in our reality, good, bad, good, angel, in the flesh, in the spirit. It's always been a struggle. And because of this, we mask. From the moment we are born, welcome to be happy. Oh yeah, when the baby starts crying, the thing is to soothe the baby so that the baby can be happy. Happiness is what we simply live for. I can remember, as a child, and children go through some things, getting upset. And I was always like, what are you upset for? Everything is great. Put on a happy face and kumbaya. But unfortunately, the world we live in today is in crisis. And one of the top crises that we are experiencing is the mental health crisis. And so that's where I show up to actually help and talk about unmasking, because that's what we do. And there's so many reasons why we do it. And it's not something that a lot of people realize that they consciously do. And so in the workshops and the trainings that I hold, and when I come to different platforms as a speaker, this is what I talk about. And we've always done it, but things are starting to look a little bit different. You have to remember what you mask, your pains, your hurts, your vulnerability, your fears, live in your mind. And that is what you are feeding, and what you feed grows. And so I think part of what we are seeing today in our, just in our environment, with everything that is happening, is the fact that for 2 years plus, and some people are still isolated, we were isolated. And so when you have, this disconnection from real people, a lot of people say, well, during the pandemic, I was just fine with my laptop and emailing people and communicating that way. But we were not created to communicate that way. And so there was a lot of emotional turmoil that was going on. And I'm going to talk about that. I'm just going to touch on that because the key is the workshops that I do. And so we kind of mask for survival. You know, you can't just show up every day feeling defeated and worried and upset and anxious. And we all are showing up that way. And then some of the things that we have to work against are culturally based. I was born in the era where my parents parented me to survive. You know, that was key. You know, I'm facing a world that doesn't look like me, that I have to survive in. And that was their main goal. And so it was like, you can't come out here weak and defeated. You know, my father would always say, you're a boon. Boons don't do this. You know, it's almost like boons don't hurt. Boons don't, you know, feel vulnerable. Be strong. But that's how he was raised. And then as I had my own children, I raised them for success. I wanted them to be successful. We've moved, you know, so far ahead in our minds with civil rights and the, you know, better education and everything. So I really wanted my children to be part of that. And so survival was not really the main thing, staying alive. It was just doing what God gifted you to do and to be successful. But we know that the landscape has changed, and many of us are back to parenting our children for survival. There's also trauma. We all experience trauma. Whenever I have a workshop, I will say, how many people in here have experienced any type of trauma? And I'll get a couple of hands, and people will talk about neglect and abuse and domestic violence and all that, and that is trauma. But we experience trauma vicariously. Now, I am a social worker at heart. Human resources. I work with people who have been traumatized over again. And so, in working with these individuals, guess what? I'm traumatized too, vicariously. You can't hear about other people's loss and pains and hurts and not feel something. You can't look at it on TV and not feel something. You know, when the gun violence and stuff that's all around us in schools, we feel that. That's vicarious trauma, and it can lead to anxiety, worry, all types of things. That's the reason why we mask. Because when we show up in public, we can't show up traumatized. There are also media pressures from social media, okay? Social media paints this picture in technology that you can just click and point and it happens. And I'm here to tell you that you have to put work behind everything that you want in life. And so we have a generation of people who were grown, who have just grown and developed in this social media, artificial intelligence, Siri and Google and Alexa environment, where really they don't have to do a lot of thinking. I mean, I see it as a university professor, as a human services professor, and I, you know, develop students to work with other people. But that's work. You know, there is no pretty picture all of the time. You know, I know, you know, we always hear about, you know, oh, you should be happy, you know, be happy, don't worry, put on a happy face, but that is not reality. Another reason we mask is because of toxic positivity, okay? This really keeps us from dealing with our real true feelings and emotions, especially when something really tragic or difficult happens. I remember being at a wake and overhearing some conversations, and I heard people say, well, you know, she's lost her husband, but she has a whole life ahead of her, and she has her health and her strength. And this might just, it's going to pass with time. That hurt never goes away. Nobody's really talking to her about dealing with that hurt and that pain. And because of that, we feel like we have to be strong, and we don't always seek the help that we need. Those are just a few reasons why we mask. And I mean, we could just talk forever about masking and why we do it. But my job is to help you understand it and to stop. And I always give interventions, some of the things that you can do. It's not going to be overnight, and it's going to take work from you. So what we are experiencing right now is significant, because there are moments which mark your life. Moments when you realize nothing will ever be the same, and time is divided into two parts: before this, COVID, and after this, now. And because of that, it's never going to be the same. I see so many people saying, well, when things get back to the way they were. No, this is our new norm. We are in the midst of volatile times. Increased gun violence at school and communities and home, murder and suicide increasing. That's what our everyday life looks like. We're in a season of cancel culture. It's real in this world where it's impossible not to please everybody. And people are really trying to please and be perfect. And the only perfect person was God. But we have it in our mind that we need to be perfect. We also get false images, faulty thinking. I can remember people were saying, oh, why are you looking so mad? Because I feel mad. But they want me to think that I should always be happy. And the reality is everybody is dealing with stress, worry, anxiety. The news really puts us in a panic, like praying that my child doesn't get lost and go to the wrong house by accident. That shooting is an everyday occurrence, in the grocery store, at churches, while you're driving your car. It could happen. And so the reality of it now is making us very distracted. It's difficult to focus. And one of the things I teach is to help you focus beyond what's going on in your environment. People are searching for answers, and many feel overwhelmed. But the reason for this, they'll tell me, Michelle, Dr. Boone Thornton, I don't understand why I feel how I feel. Again, the defining moment was COVID. And COVID has us all trapped in stages of grief. Absolutely. I know personally, during COVID, I lost about 18 family members. That's a lot of people. More than half of them, I wasn't able to say goodbye. I wasn't even able to attend the funeral. I wasn't able to hug anybody or touch anybody. I was looking at everything on camera, on video. And they were happening so fast that I didn't even have time to go through the cycles of grief, acceptance, bargaining, depression, anger, denial. I think I stayed in denial for a while because I was too afraid to let myself feel. And that's not good. Okay. I'm a mental health professional by trade. And I'm like, wait a minute, if I'm going through this, there are other people who are going through this. It's been said that time heals all wounds, but I don't agree. The wounds still remain. In time, the mind, protecting its sanity, covers them like scar tissues to lessen the pain, but it's never gone. And so this is what unmasking is all about. I help people see exactly where they are in life. I've created a whole series, Transforming Your Reality, Removing the Mask, because your reality doesn't transform until you remove it. There's a book, there's a workbook, there's a companion journal, and I'll tell you just a little bit later about the significance of that companion journal. We've talked about several reasons why we mask. And so what I provide is an avenue to unmask. Okay. One of the things we have to do, and I have several interventions that I used in the different workshops, and even as I give out inspirational messages in LinkedIn, you know, I always am talking about mental health and emotional wellness and just giving you something to start your day. And what I do is, you know, find little interventions. That is that therapist piece in me, that counselor piece in me. You know, talk therapy is good, but people need to walk away with a few things that they can do. Now, there are individuals who need more than talk therapy. They may need, you know, medication or professionals or other things, but my book helps you determine where you are on that continuum. So one of the things we want to do is remove self-imposed stress. Yeah, we do it to ourselves sometimes. You know, we say yes when we should say no. There are just so many things. And then I use a grateful journal. Now, a lot of people write them a grateful journal every day, but there are ways to do it because I don't want my workshop attendees to just talk about things that they have, their job, yeah, their house, their car, their business. All these things are good and should be celebrated. But in this journal, I want you to also meditate about your life. You know, when you wake up in the morning, it's not just, oh, this is another day. No, you got to think about what are you going to do today to keep moving forward, to make this day different, to make this day count. And in the journal, I always tell people to look back over their lives, you know, and realize that there were some moments that, yeah, it could have been me. And yes, in some cases, it should have been me. But by the grace of God, that's a grateful moment. Even as we deal with the current mental health crisis, grateful journaling helps us understand that God has not forsaken us. He's right there with us through it. And so I have created, as part of this Transforming Your Reality series, a companion journal. And it's just that. You know, when you wake up in the morning, take that time for yourself. Journal it out. Journal it out. You know, I come from old school, and I could remember, you know, my grandmama having this prayer, and she would get up and, you know, thank God for the air that she breathed and, the, you know, her limbs and the blood running warm and the renewing of her mind. And I would think the renewing of your mind, what is she talking about? Yeah, your mind needs to be renewed every day. Just like you sleep and you rest and you renew your body, you need to renew your mind. And so that is some of the things that we talk about. When reducing that self-imposed stress, and I have just worked with so many people who say, Michelle, just doing these simple things. And I mean, when you do them, you put it in your mind, you're going to do them. There's no stepping back, going back. You have to, again, say no. And don't worry about others being disappointed, because you're not going to be able to please everybody, but it's important that you please you. Take off that cape. Don't let people put it on you. Oh, you can fix it. Oh, you can do it. Oh, she's going to make it right. He's going to make it right. Also, so they got it. No, delegate. let other people sit in the hot seat. I can remember working for a company, and I probably was the lowest paid person on the totem pole at that time. But when we would have these team meetings, the team would go, Michelle, what do you think? And if I offered what I thought, guess who did it? And then the pressure to make it right, to make it work, to make it flawless fell on me. So take off that cape and stay in your lane. Some of us have control issues, but we got to understand our purpose. And so because we sometimes don't understand our purpose or get caught up in competition and working outside of areas where we haven't been blessed to do so, that becomes stressful. That becomes very stressful. So stay in your lane, okay? And for some parents, because I work with a lot of parents, I'm going to need you to land a helicopter. I know that's difficult to do now because we worry about our children in all types of settings, but you have to let them grow and develop and become independent, because one day when you're not able to, they have to be able to stand. I think it's also important to teach reciprocity, okay? Teach people to give and receive and understand that whole process, to be thankful and grateful, to respect others, teach reciprocity. I've come across a lot of individuals who, if you don't have anything in it for me, then I really don't have time for it. But we were made to be our brothers' keepers and to work together and to collaborate. And last, I'm going to tell you this. Don't let other people dump their problems on you. We do it a lot. We have friends who call us for everything. And they'll say, let me tell you what's going on. And after they tell you what's going on, they'll say, what do you think? And after you tell them what you think, they say, okay. And then they go do it. And then they call you back. That didn't work. Either they ask you for something else or they're upset with you. I tried that and it made it worse. But they're putting their problems on you, not only to fix, but to keep them fixed. And to you are not empowering them. Take time to empower people and just let people know you need to learn this experience is for yourself. So time, maybe you need to do a little history or fact finding and be responsible and accountable for what you do. And then each day, find purpose. Find purpose. There's purpose in everything we do. And don't ever stop building on your dreams. With technology taking over everything, that sometimes stifle the natural creativity we have. So get with and start thinking about things that you want to create and make them happen. I want to just, thank you guys for listening to me today. Sometimes, it seems like, my students always say, Dr. Boonthorn, you're out there. You can kind of ramble, but I do it for their good because I want people to be able to exchange the mask that they wear for the opportunity. Okay? So that your story can be used in history and for your struggle to be used as a beacon of hope in the lives of hurting people all around you. And so as we do this, as we remove this mask, we will find freedom for ourselves and for others. I thank you for your time, and I have appreciated being here today.
Man, that was wonderful. I felt the love and the wisdom that you just shared, Dr. Thornton. That was beautiful. So if the audience would like, and I know they would like to get in touch with you, what would be the best way?
The best way to get in touch with me is through my website, and that's Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton, all lowercase, all written together, .com. And they can follow me on LinkedIn. I am the Unmasking Guru. And then also my business, CMV Communicators, is cmvcommunicators.com, all together.
And then can I ask you one question before you take off from us? We are inundated with a lot of negativity from the media, right? You tune into the news. I can tell you what's going to be in the news tonight without even looking at it. I already know it's going to be murder, corruption, war, and somebody saved somebody's cat. It's usually how it kind of goes.
Absolutely.
What advice can you give us to really limit our exposure to that kind of negativity and really seek out some more positive input?
One of the things is that grateful journal that I talked about. If you journal all of the things that you're grateful for, and there's so many things when you look back, even just for waking up in the morning, and start out with that attitude and just limit your exposure to the news, because you already know what's going to happen, you know. And again, when you're hearing that negative stuff and things happening around you, that's vicarious trauma. You're taking some of that in. You just don't hear that and go, oh, nothing's wrong, I'm good. So you just have to make those limitations yourself.
That is great advice, because I think it's so important, because we are all a little bit on edge when you hear some of these things. They're quite disturbing. There's no way. When I heard about the child in Kansas City and that type of thing, like, wow, are we that stressed out with anxiety as a community that we're thinking that we're in fear of our life for every little thing? I know that's a very small part of the population, but then it gets blown up. So then now, like you said, vicarious trauma. We all now have to share in this, very ugly situation.
Yeah. And because of it, vicariously, we take on the same anxiety. And so, people coming up to our door, is that something for us to be panicky about? Because you've seen it happen and play out. You don't know if, hey, this is going to be me, because you could be in Walmart just shopping and somebody could start shooting. So we're heightened. We're all in that flight or fight mode. We can't relax. We think we're relaxing, but we're not. So start out with that graceful journal every morning.
Graceful journal. I have it down. A friend of mine gave me a journal a couple of weeks back. Now I know what to really write in that journal. So I appreciate you. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Wow, wasn't she wonderful? Wonderful person. That's how you want to start off your morning. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Sold, Lotus Roche Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Staff Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shiny Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will... Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richer, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richer Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richer Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richer, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know Black women are the fastest growing group of entrepreneurs? However, only 3% of Black women have established a sustainable, thriving business that has lasted more than 5 years. Why is there such a huge gap between creating and sustaining a business? Common obstacles like money and resources. But on a deeper level, self-doubt, lack of support, undervaluing self, stress and overwhelm, relationship challenges, health challenges, work-life imbalance, and unsure of purpose and passion. Meet Milani Shani Global. Our mission is to provide life, love, and business coaching for women who are leading the way and want to improve mental and emotional health and well-being by managing stress, anxiety, creating work-life balance, increasing confidence, revealing purpose, and putting themselves first so they can use their authentic gifts and make an impact in their community. When you enroll in our coaching systems and programs, you will discover how to activate your passion and personal fulfillment, unleash and align your natural gifts and talents with winning strategies, master your mindset and release stress and overwhelm, procrastination, and self-doubt. You are not alone. Our professional certified team of coaches use unique and one-of-a-kind advanced coaching tools to ensure that you excel in the areas of mental and emotional well-being, leading with confidence, relational wealth, and stress management. Put yourself first today and take your next step towards well-being and igniting your authentic success. Milani Shani Global, a company by women for women for over 35 years. Visit us at www.msglobal1.com or call 704-313-9132 and enroll in one of our programs to get started today.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I've received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hello and good morning, everyone. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, and I am the CEO of 5-Star BDM, where we help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. I'm your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network, and the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Sydney Wormsby. Sydney Wormsby is an experienced business executive with over 30 years of demonstrated success in developing and implementing strategic solutions that integrate all functions of the business for solving complex and high-impact situations. He has proven results in leading and coaching teams for business startups, business turnarounds, and transformations, new product development, implementation of Six Sigma, and total quality management techniques. The diversity of his career roles and experiences puts him in a truly unique position to be able to identify, understand, and resolve business issues from every perspective. I present to you Sydney Wormsby.
Good morning, Grant. How are you?
I am doing so wonderful. I'm so glad you are here to share your wisdom, knowledge, and experience. Thank you so much, Sydney. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
To all of those folks out there watching, and I know the Black Business Network is global, so depending on where you're tuning in from, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. I thank you for the privilege of speaking with you today, and I really, truly appreciate you being generous with your time to listen to the information that I plan to share with you today. So, as Grant said, my name is Sydney Wormsby. I am a business growth and improvement guide. I am the founder and owner of Strategic Solutions, Huertas e Decus. Huertas e Decus is Latin for excellence and distinction. We provide solutions, solutions with results to small and mid-sized businesses that double their revenues and profits, and usually in less than 12 months. And I use the word guide in my business title, and I use that intentionally because instead of coach or consultant, which is most often used, and unlike coaches and consultants, typically, we're very hands-on with the implementation of our solutions with our clients. So we are present with them on their growth journey, guiding them along the way as to the right path to take to get their desired destination. So that's a little bit about who we are as an organization, what we try to do with folks. So today I will be talking with you about growing your business, helping you understand what's the secret sauce to achieving growth. And here's what I intend to cover today, and really just three things. One, I want to define what growth is and why it's important. And that may sound simple or trite or completely understood, but I think when we get into some of that, it may challenge some of the thinking that some folks have. We're going to talk about, what are the 5 drivers of growth? And yes, there are only 5. I don't care what industry you're in, how long you've been in business, what got you started, et cetera. There are only 5 things that will drive growth in any and all businesses, and we're going to talk about those. And then I'm going to try and provide a few specific strategies and tactics that you can use to generate explosive growth in your business. And understand we only have 45 minutes, to 50 minutes, to do all this. So I'm not going to be able to get through every strategy, every detail, tons of examples. But I do hope to give you enough information that it will, kind of stimulate your thinking, open your mind up to some new possibilities, new actions that you might pursue. Right. So before I get started on the details of that, I guess some of you are probably wondering, well, what qualifies this guy to be in front of us to talk about this information? He doesn't know anything about my business. So what is he going to be able to tell me about growing my business? Well, as Grant alluded to in the introduction, the depth and diversity of my experiences and the passion and commitment that I have for delivering solutions that get things done, that drive results, has truly been my superpower that's fueled my success throughout my career in all of the venues and all the areas that I've been involved in. So I do have a depth and diversity of experience. So I've worked in Fortune 100 companies in a variety of positions. Companies like PepsiCo, International Paper, Eastman Kodak Company, Citigroup, or some places globally known better as Citibank, JP Morgan Chase, etc. And again, in a variety of functions and responsibilities. I've been an entrepreneur, owning and operating my own 15-location restaurant business and my consulting practice. I've also been involved in real estate and short-term boarding businesses. But I, also have been an educator. So I've been an adjunct professor for the City University of New York, focusing on delivering every business course in the College of Business that was offered. But I've also been in a diversity of industries: chemical processing, parts manufacturing, equipment assembly, retail restaurants, retail banking, investment services, IT, global operations, both as, again, as a consultant, a guide dealing with even more business categories and its segments, than that. I've been in a diversity of phases of business. So I've been involved with startups, turnarounds, businesses that were in decline, businesses that were in chaos, all of the above. So, and as I, alluded to earlier, a diversity of functions. So I've been in capital projects management as an engineer. I've been in manufacturing management, process development, operations management, global ops, local ops, sales and business development. I've been in sales management, I've been a business unit leader or P&L manager, executive leadership, all of those areas, both global, local, regional, which allows me to, really understand what does it mean, to be able to understand a solution and an issue in any aspect of the business. But the other part is the commitment to results. That, my passion and commitment to results has, kind of been there and present, and again, a benefit for me throughout my career. So when I was with Pepsi in one of their restaurant groups, I grew, the business unit I was responsible for from 10 units to over 46 units in less than 3 years. With Eastman Kodak Company, I reversed a 2-year declining sales with a thermal imaging product in less than 6 months. For the consumer banking business with Citigroup, I grew sales and profits at 2 times the rate that the overall business was growing. And with the restaurant group that I purchased and turned around, I reversed an 8-year declining sales trend for that restaurant group and did it in less than 12 months. And for my clients, I deliver the same thing. So I have a beverage manufacturing client that in less than 2 months, I grew their profits by 10%. So I guess then I don't say all that to brag. I say that really to say that I know business. I know business from all perspectives. I know how each function or how each aspect of the business impacts the other functions of the business. And I know what makes a business grow. And I know your business because I know the business of business. And importantly, I have used these things that I'm going to talk about today to consistently achieve the results that I mentioned before for the businesses that I led and the ones that I even currently lead and guide. So that's some of the background and credentials. And what I'm really going to try and do is show you specifically some of these details about how to grow your business, but try to give you some examples from some things that I've done and implemented that bring those things to life. So what is growth and why is it important for your business? Most folks, when we ask them or talk to them about what's the reason you got involved, what's the objective of a business, you get a variety of answers. So if I were to ask you, what's the objective of a business, any business? Most folks would say something to the effect tied to money. The objective of the business is to make money. The objective of the business is to make sure I can feed my family, to sell more stuff, all of those kinds of things. And I'll tell you, if you're thinking that, if that's your answer, that's wrong. And I know that's going to challenge some folks in their thinking, but that's usually not a recipe for success and often a recipe for failure because it forgets the real reason why a business exists. And the real reason that a business exists is to meet the needs of customers. That's it. Now, that doesn't mean that the financials aren't important, but the objective of a business is to solve the problem of a customer or a client. The financials are important for this reason. Revenue is a measure of how well the business is meeting that need. Profit is a measure of how long the business will be able to meet that need and how many customers that business can serve. That's why we're concerned about growth and understanding growth, because it is a measure of how well we're doing and how long we'll be able to do it for. Not in and of itself. And yes, there are all kinds of tangential benefits that we get from having a very booming business, high growth business, more freedom to do the things that we want, to work with the clients or customers that we want, to support or serve the causes that we want, to spend more time with our family, to have more leisure time just for our own, mental and physical health. So there are lots of side benefits to that. But one of the reasons that growth is important for the business, not for us personally, but for the business, is because it tells us how well we're doing what we're really there to do, which is meet a need of a customer. And it tells us how long and how many people will be able to help and assist. So our customers or target market have one of two possible problems, or what I call pain points, others call pain points as well, that they're dealing with. And so when we say that, our job, our objective as a business is to solve the problem of a customer, what are those problems? It's one of two things. Either they have some problem that they have and they don't want it, or they have some benefit that they want and they don't have it. It's that simple. And we have to understand and identify what is either the problem that they have they don't want, or what's the benefit that they want that they don't have. And the business is there to serve the resolution of one of those two things. So growth is important, as I said before, because it's the proof that we're getting better and better at understanding and resolving the problems or the pain points facing our customers. Our revenues grow because we're getting better at solving their problems or providing that desired benefit. Our profits grow, and as they grow, we have the ability to serve more of those customers and for a longer period of time. So growth and profits allows us to do all those things that we are passionate about, both on a personal and professional level. So now that we understand why it's important, let's talk about how do we achieve it. And most businesses, and I say this, again, it's the average, it's typical, it's not every business, but most businesses, and especially most small businesses, grow at the rate of GDP. And for those who aren't economists or up on the lingo, GDP just stands for gross domestic product, meaning that's the growth of the economy in the nation or country that you are competing in. So most small businesses will grow at the same rate as their national economy, or they will decline at the same rate as their national economy. So as the national economy grows or declines, they will grow or decline. And for most small businesses and most small business owners, that's why they worry so much about the national economy and inflation and all of those things. And they get worried and panicked about, what's going to go on with government policies and how that's going to impact on what's our inflation rate this year, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I really ask you this question, is that what you want for your business? To be worried about something you really can't control. Because as an everyday individual citizen and business owner, you don't control the national economy. You don't control inflation rate. And so do you want to be worried about your business and the health and life and security of your business by relying on something that you don't control? Is that what you want in your life? To be worried and getting up each day, worried about, what's going to happen with the national economy? And am I going to be okay? Because I need to know whether my business is going to be okay. If that's what you want, then, I would say keep doing the things that you're doing. If you said no to that, then really what we're going to talk about is then why growth not only is important, but the things that you need to do to take that control of growth in your business and therefore those aspects in your life. And we're going to talk about a few concepts that are going to be integral and important in all the other things that we're going to discuss further. One is the Pareto rule. The second is a scientific research concept called experimental design. And I don't know if I mentioned it, but my undergrad degree was in engineering, mechanical engineering. So I, really like and relate a lot to science and scientific ideas and use some of those concepts in the work that I do. And the third is continuous improvement. And for those folks who've been in quality management, quality improvement, you'll be familiar with the concept of continuous improvement. So, we're going to talk a little bit about, those concepts and how they apply. Pareto rule. I mentioned that. Pareto rule, background history, was developed in late 1800s, 1890s by an Italian economist, Pareto, who observed that 80% of all the tax revenue came from 20% of the population. And he was able to apply that same observation to many other situations that he saw. And so, today we know this as the 80-20 rule. and we use it quite frequently. 80% of this comes from 20% of that, et cetera, et cetera. Typically, or specifically, it means 80% of an effect comes from 20% of the effort. It's the trivial versus the trivial many versus the vital few. So there are a trivial many things, many things that are trivial to the effect that we want, and there are some vital few things that are critical to the effect that we want. This applies to business and business growth as well. So we spend, as business owners, about 20% of our time on the things that result in 80% of our revenue and profits. Let that sink in for a second. You today spend 20% of your time on the things that drive 80% of your business. Some of you say, well, that's pretty good. Then I don't have to do anything. Well, but you're spending 80% of your time on things that only drive 20% of your business. 80% of your time on things that result in 20% of your revenues or profits. That's the trivial many. You're spending 80% of your time, that trivial many, much of your time, on things that do very little for you in the business. I call that firefighting and rat killing activities. We're out fighting fires, killing rats, running around, dealing with those things, rather than focusing on, those things that really are going to drive our growth, growth in revenues and our growth in profits. So those things that we're spending that time on might be important. They might, or they may not. They may be things that we just think we can do better. Let me do that, because, I've got experience doing that and I'm going to take it over. Or I don't like the way they're doing it and I want to do it this way. It may be important thing to get done, but do you really need to be doing it? And is the way that they're doing it so awful that you're going to do it and drive that much more improvement in the business, et cetera? And why haven't you trained them properly? And we can get into some of those HR things as well. So the important piece there is that, we need to stay focused on those things that are vitally important for growth if we want our business to grow. Some of the things that we're spending that 80% of our time on may truly be important. If we're talking about government compliance, regulatory requirement compliance, those things are important. And, in the U.S., if we've got OSHA laws or employee relation laws or labor laws, those things are important. You must do them. But the question is, do you, as the business owner, have to be doing them? Or those things that you can be giving to a professional, whether it's an outside organization that's doing the work for you on your behalf, outsourced, or whether that's another staff member or employee within your group. So they may be important or they may not. They may be critical or they may not, but they definitely don't drive revenue or profits. That's clear. I don't care what kind of compliance issue you have. It, as well as you might comply with that, it will never grow your revenue or profits. It will maybe allow you to stay in business, but it won't grow your business. And so what are those efforts then that cause the 80% of revenue and profits for our business, and therefore would cause our growth if we were doing more things or spending more time on them? We use, or I use, the concept of experimental design to understand that. So experimental design is a research approach that identifies independent variables that have the most impact on a dependent variable. In common jargon or language is what efforts have the most impact on the effect that I want. If I want more sales, what are the things, the effects, the behaviors, the activities that I need to do to have the most impact on those sales or on growing those sales? And so you can do all kinds of research identification, yada yada yada. But it really boils down to really 5 things. So from Pareto rule, we know that we're doing a few things that are making you the most money. From experimental design, we're able to identify what those few things are, and there are these 5. And as I said before, there are only 5. I don't care what business you're in, what segment you're in, how long you've been in business. Here are the 5 things. And I probably won't be a surprise to you when you hear them, but I'm going to ask you to think about are you spending your time on them, and how much time are you spending on them? So the 5 things are this: more leads, higher conversion of those leads, more transactions, higher prices, and more profits through lower costs. More leads. Leads are the lifeblood of a company, of any business. So if you can't get a lead, you're not going to get a sale. It's just that basic. So what's the key to getting more leads and therefore growing your business? It's really about better marketing. And better marketing, or good marketing, is fundamentally about these 3 things: targeting the right market with the right message, using the most effective media. So market, message, and media. Targeting the right market with the right message, using the right media. And the right message is about, really 2 things. One, having something good to say. What does that mean? What can you say about your business that you do well that no one else can say? And that's also relevant to the target market's problem or pain point. So remember what I said before. Every business, every person has one of 2 or maybe both pain points. Either a problem that they have that they don't want, or a benefit that they want that they don't have. When you're looking for what do I have good to say, I'm going to look for what's unique and special about me. What do I do that no one else can do? And how do I use that, or how can I use that to be able to solve the problem, the specific problem that this group or this individual has? That becomes what I call a market dominating position statement. Others call it a unique selling point. In general marketing academia, it's called market differentiation. So I don't care what name you use or what name someone else uses. The concept is this: it's how do you communicate why you're different and better than someone else? And in most cases, we say things like, oh, we have the best customer service. Oh, we have the most trained or the best trained employees. Oh, we have over, put a number, years of experience. We have over 20 years of experience, 30 years of experience, 5 years of experience, blah, 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 blah. Well, those are things that generally speaking, everybody can say, could say, will say. And if I have over 30 years of experience, somebody will have over 40. And if I have, quote unquote, the best trained employees, you could say you have the best trained employees. And as a customer who's trying to decide between the 2 of us, how do they decide? And if they can't decide, then they're going to decide on the only thing that is very truly evident to them: price. And we don't want to compete on price. And we'll talk a little bit about that, a little more about that later. So we want to be able to, have something that we truly understand is unique about us. And I always liken it to, if you were single, or, if you are single, used to be single, think about if you were going into some venue, party, event, where you were interested in having a significant other, or identifying someone to be a significant other. You wouldn't walk into that event and tell everybody there, I'm just like everyone else that you see. Because everybody would say, well, then why do I need to pay attention to you? There's nothing unique about you. But we go into those situations trying to put our best foot forward, show what's different, show what's unique, show how that's going to benefit that other person, that other individual, etc. The same is true within business. We have to identify first and foremost what's unique about us. But then we have to apply that to a problem that they have. And often we will define the features of our service, the features of our business from our perspective, but not from the client or the customer's perspective. Here's an example that I had from a client recently. I saw their business at a neighborhood festival or fair. And it was Black owned, and I wanted to, go over and see what they were about, what they were doing, how they got involved, and just be generally curious. And as I was talking with them, it was clear that they had a very unique set of business products and service offerings that to me seemed eclectic. It was scented candles, it was dried flower arrangements, and it was interior decorating and design. And those things to me just seemed like an odd combination. And the more I kept asking, how did they come about that? It wasn't getting a clear answer. And partly, I attributed to that the owner wasn't there. I told them who I was, that I was, a business improvement guide. I did this stuff, for, my career. I'd be willing to give her a free assessment and evaluation because I was just committed to, Black businesses. And it was also a women-owned business, Black women-owned business being, achieving their goals. So they did. She contacted me, went over to, her shop, was talking with her, did, this whole, assessment. And all the time, I'm still trying to get answers to this question about why these products, why these services, what's the connection? This isn't, making sense for me. And each time I would ask, I wasn't really hearing a clear response. And I'd come back to it, a few hours later, in a different way, still getting it, watched her interact with clients or customers that came into her shop. Wasn't really seeing it or hearing it. Finally, after about 2+ hours of conversation with her, I was asking her about, why did she decide to make, the candles versus, sending them out and and she then started to talk to me about, she learned how to make the candles from her father, and she learned how to dry and arrange the flowers from her mother, both who used family recipes and processes that had been handed down for generations, using only natural ingredients in I forgot the Caribbean country that she was from, but that were natural ingredients that were found in this country. And I just stopped with my mouth aghast and said, "That's it there. That's your market dominating position. That's what makes you unique." And her response to me was, "Well, I told you that before." And I said, "No, you hadn't. I've been talking to you for 2.5 hours." Often we don't understand what truly makes us unique, and therefore what makes us valuable to a certain target market. And we need to identify and understand that so that we can then message properly to those folks. Those are our people. Those are our tribe. Those are the folks that will respond and react to what it is that we have to offer, and therefore we should be communicating to them. I had a conversation with someone else that says, "Oh, we shouldn't exclude anyone, when we're marketing." And I said, "Absolutely, you should. I don't want to be marketing to people who have no interest in my product and services. That's wasting my time. That's spending some of that 80% of my time on something that's not going to grow my revenue. They have no interest. They have no need. So why am I going to be spending my time marketing?" So yes, we are going to differentiate by who has a problem that our specific skills, our specific knowledge, our specific experience is going to be a solution for. And we're going to communicate to them so that they understand the benefits that they will derive from interacting with us or from buying products or services from us. And we will benefit, by being able to then generate more leads, to our business. So that's having something good to say. Saying it well really is about having compelling marketing. And I use what's called, or what I call a conversion equation. And again, I'm a science, kind of person. So math, science, I always get to. So having an equation feels good and comfortable for me. It's not really a formula, so that it is a structure. So in the conversion equation, there's 4 steps or 4 phases to it. The first is an interrupt phase, where we need to interrupt the conversation that is going on in the heads of our potential clients or our prospects. And so remember, I said, every person has one of two or both of these questions going on in their head. I have this problem that I want to get rid of, or I have this benefit that I want that I just don't have. How do I get it? That's going on in their head the entire time. And while they're thinking about that, it's hard for them to think about anything else. So we need to create, a headline that interrupts that conversation. We need to have a message that makes them stop and say, wait, what? Tell me more. So the first is interrupt. The second is engage. The third is to educate. And the fourth is to offer. So we talked about the interrupt. And engaging, we're talking about what's the promise that we're making to the prospect. And this should promise the desired outcome of that prospect. If they have a problem, the desired outcome is a resolution to that problem. If they have a want, a desire, then the desired outcome is the fulfillment of that desire. And we need to engage them to show how we're going to deliver on that. And we need to promise that, guarantee that. Otherwise, why? Why would they want to be involved with us? And if you can't guarantee it, then you need to look at your business operations to understand why you can't guarantee that. What is it that's still lacking or failing that you can't deliver on something that you're involved with as a business? Third is educate. And that means, really about communicating your market dominating position and what value you provide. And the last is an offer. And the offer must be compelling. I call it my Godfather offer. And for those who know the movie The Godfather, I'll make you an offer you can't refuse. It's not about pain or punishment, but it's about the offer is so compelling that the person feels like, I'd be a fool not to accept this. There's got to be some catch. And you're going to make sure they're clear and understanding. There is no catch. This is the offer. This is why it's good for you. This is my guarantee and stand behind it. There's little or no risk, for you. And it makes it easy for them to accept. Now, one of the things that I work with my clients about is understanding everybody, though, is not a now buyer, meaning that they're ready to purchase your stuff right now. And that's true no matter what you sell. And if you sell food, you're a grocery store, everybody is not a now buyer. I went to the grocery store 2 days ago. I'm not in the market for buying groceries today. So if you're trying to sell me groceries, I have no interest. I'm not going to buy. Now, you tell me something that's important and relative to the things that I try to resolve or solve for myself. The next time I'm thinking about buying groceries, I might go to you, but I'm not buying today. We need to have offers for both now buyers and future buyers. Third part of good marketing, say it often. If I have something good to say and I say it well, then I need to repeat it as often as I can so that folks get the message, understand what I'm saying, and it becomes ingrained in their thinking and their mindset, front of mind, and on the tips of their tongue. And that's the important piece of marketing. Make it so that it's front of mind and tip of the tongue, so that the next time they're ready to make a decision, they're thinking about you. So effective marketing, right target, right message, right media, not one, but all three. And this is one of the issues that we often have when we're going out looking for someone to help us grow our business. Typically, the issue is that there's no integration of all three of these things. So, most consultants or coaches or coaching and consulting companies only deal with one of those things, the right target or the right message or the right media. So you'll get a lot of digital marketers, social media firms, SEO folks who will talk to you about your digital marketing strategy. That's just using the right media approach to it. But if I've got the wrong message and are targeting the wrong folks, it doesn't matter what platform I use. I can be on Instagram, Facebook, Google, but if I got the wrong message and I'm targeting the wrong folks, I get nothing. I get zilch. I get nada. And so we need to understand that as well when we're looking for folks who are going to help guide us through this profit growth journey that we're going to be on with our company. Advertising or public relations folks will focus on the message, but they don't always focus on, who's the target of that message? They figure out, that's what you want to say, I'll say it very well. And they will create a great message or slogan, et cetera, for you. But if you've targeted the wrong folks, then that message is going to fall flat and won't be impactful. So I work with my clients. You need to, make sure that when you're working on this, whether you're working on this alone or you're seeking help, that you are addressing and integrating all three of these aspects: the right target, the right message, using the right media or platform. That is critical, right? Third area, more conversions. I'm sorry, this is actually the second area, because all of that was in more leads. More conversions. So once we have a lead, what we have to do is take them from being a stranger and getting that prospect to go from being a stranger to handing us cash, saying yes to our offer. And there are many strategies that we can use to make that happen, whether it's having a better offer that's going to be compelling for them to accept, or whether that's downsell strategies, or whether that's drip campaigns, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There are things that we can do that are going to be helpful and successful in that process. I'll give a quick example of each one of those because I'm getting close to time. Downsell. Downsell is basically when they won't accept our initial compelling offer. And they may not accept it for several reasons. Maybe they don't think it fits or works. Maybe they don't have the money to be able to do everything that we've offered in that compelling offer. Maybe they're just not quite sure that we're the right ones for them. So there may be a variety of reasons. Often when that happens, people just try to sell them harder, sell them more. Keep going back after them over and over and over again until they say yes. Wear them down like drops of water on a stone. No, that usually doesn't work. Sometimes it does, but usually doesn't. Downsell is where we try to find a lower version of our initial offer. It may be a smaller size, a smaller quantity, fewer luxuries, fewer features. It can be I don't know if I said it already, but a lower quality, but something that is less than our initial compelling offer. And we're going to offer that as a substitute solution, kind of as an entry point. Well, let me get you here instead. So if you think about all of the things that you might see online that give you a trial offer, 7 days, that's an example of a downsell. I don't need you to, it also can be a compelling initial offer, but usually is part of a downsell. Do this, or if you don't click here, then what they'll say is, try this for 7 days, money back guarantee, So, it becomes effective in ways that, we can, again, get someone to say yes to us, start the interaction, and give us the opportunity to prove ourselves and prove our value so that they become a longer lasting client or customer. Drip campaigns are for those not now buyers that I mentioned before. So typically, if you're not in the market to buy now, it's anywhere from 7 to 13. That's what the survey and research says. 7 to 13 touch points before that person is going to make a buying decision. Drip campaigns get at that. It's a way to communicate over time to your prospects and target market that helps build credibility, helps build awareness, helps build connection so that folks start understanding who you are, what your values are, and how that relates to their pain points, the problems that they have that they don't want, or the benefits that they want that they don't have. And starts making them feel more connected to you, that you're a valued resource. And therefore, when they are ready to buy, you are top of mind, tip of tongue, and they'll make that choice. Now, I'm running out of time, so I'll just give a couple comments to the other three sections. More transactions, higher prices, more profit. We could go through and create all kinds of similar discussions on those strategies. Don't have time. So the important thing for you is to understand when I work with my clients, I use this information to run through a simulator so that they have specific results and strategies for their business. And if you're interested in doing that, feel free to contact me. And when I'm talking with Grant, I'll give you all the details about that at that point. So
absolutely. Thank you. You are a master when it comes to selling and the tenets of selling, because you have to have that as a part of your business development plan and to actually grow your business. So I highly recommend you and your services and your framework. You obviously understand this framework and you can deliver it to anyone that's interested. And I love the tribe concept. You've got to have people that need what you have to deliver so you can both grow exponentially. So yes, let us know how to contact you, Sydney.
So for all of those folks who want more information about, how to implement some of these simple strategies in the 5 categories that I mentioned, hearing more about or finding out exactly how these strategies would impact your business, go to my website. That's www.solutionswithresults.com. That's solutions plural with results plural.com. Contact me. All my contact information is there. You can ask me a specific question about your business. I'll get back to you with a specific answer within 48 hours. You can get some free information and training. You can get a free digital copy of my book. You can get some free training by signing up there. You can get my phone number. You want to contact me. You can send me an email. All of that information is from my website. So please contact me. Would love to hear about what your challenges are and offer any assistance that I can.
Well, thank you very much for being on the Black Business Olympics this morning. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side. All right, that was a wealth of knowledge. Definitely take advantage of that. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the Scholarship Fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the Scholarship Fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
A 10-year-old founder of a company, meet Carter, ladies and gentlemen.
Design is human. It's about people. It's about life. We've designed everything around us since the beginning of time. The things that we see, the things that we hear, experience, and feel. And in this evolving digital frontier that we are calling the metaverse, there are opportunities to do things that we never thought were even possible. But with innovation comes responsibility, and there will be many challenges that we must face and overcome together. I've often wondered, how do we create balance between humanity, technology, and the environment in a world that is already constructed? It's as though we are designing against the grain. This is something that many of us are trying to figure out at this technological tipping point. I personally have spent countless hours of my life, especially in the last few years, really thinking about this, thinking about how to create amazing, innovative, and artistic, immersive experiences using technology, but while still doing our part in this world to protect our people and to protect the environment. And what I've realized is that collective thinking around design is holding us back. It's become mechanical, a series of conflicting checklists and linear conventions, components of production cycles. We don't always think about design as coming from within, as inherent to our species, the human. So today I will discuss 5 immersive design considerations for the metaverse outside of these technical checklists and processes. These are considerations that are a little more qualitative, sometimes a little harder to wrap our minds around and transfer that knowledge into meaningful action. These are the things that impact our decision making and the world we live in, whether we realize it or not. And when we make this connection more mainstream, I truly believe that we can evolve the world by pioneering what artistic but responsible, immersive design looks and feels like, and what the metaverse should evolve to become and to include. My name is Natasha Rapsat, and I am an experienced designer, strategist, multi-dimensional being, an explorer traveling to see the bones of the world and to learn for the future of humanity. I have medium brown skin and dark hair that is pulled back. I'm wearing a black shirt, red lipstick. Before we get into the considerations, let's discuss immersive design for common understanding. Feel free to leave comments or questions. I will do my best to answer. Thank you for joining me today.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you've come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to service it. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professionals can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start boxing today.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Trusso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Trusso, you're face to face. Second, on Trusso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Trusso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Trusso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Trusso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Trusso is both social and safe. We refer to Trusso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Trusso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Trusso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trusso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Trusso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpo.com. blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM, where we help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. I'm your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Charlisa Watson. Ms. Watson is an award-winning senior leader with more than 30 years of management and consulting healthcare experience, analyzing, developing, and implementing concierge-level solutions for government and commercial customers. She has worked extensively in partnership with targeted private and public sector companies, employers, as well as with state and local government officials. She is the founder of Almani Choices Incorporated, a 501c3 nonprofit organization dedicated to providing healthcare resources to low-income women, children, and families all around the country. I present to you Charlisa Watson. And there she is.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing, Grant?
You know, I'm getting better and better as the morning goes on. But this is the moment I have been waiting for. This is Team 5-Star. And you are a 5-star speaker today. And guess what I get to do? Normally, I would have to introduce you and then I step away and then you would speak. We're going to do a fireside chat. Me and you are going to have a conversation about your success, about your experience and wisdom that you want to share with the audience. So we're going to get started just very quickly. Tell us a little bit about yourself and why you feel you have been so successful in your space as an entrepreneur.
Well, thank you, Grant, again for the opportunity to be able to have this fireside chat with you this morning. I've been looking forward to it. Looking forward to telling my personal story and my journey of how I've gotten to where I am today. My background is in healthcare. I started out my career in nursing many, many years ago. I also spent some time in the military. So I also, have that background as well. So I think the reason I want to bring both of those up, it'll kind of help you to understand where I am now and how I got to where I am. So I spent about 15 years in corporate America. And that was before I had even thought of being an entrepreneur. And over the years, I had always thought about, well, maybe I could do it. The timing isn't right. I had, I raised 4 children and I just kept saying to myself, can I do this? Can I make it happen? So after being downsized, I worked in corporate America. I was downsized from my last corporate position. And then I wondered, I was at a crossroads in my career. What am I going to do? Where am I going to go? I just was lost because quite honestly, I still would have been in corporate America and had not, decided to become an entrepreneur had that not happened. But everything happens for a reason, right? So I decided to take the leap of faith. I had done some independent positions as an entrepreneur. I was a 1099 over the years. And once I wasn't in corporate America anymore, I had time. My children were all out of college. They had all grown up. They were all very successful. I was an empty nester. And I was having lunch with a friend one day who was also she was an entrepreneur, and she had been doing it for about 20 plus years. And she asked me a question that made me stop and think. She said, "Why are you working for other consulting firms? You have all this experience. You were a nurse, you served time in the military, you have business acumen, you've, worked for other companies, helping them to make money. So why not do it for yourself?" So when she asked me, I said, and that was kind of when the light bulb went off. And I said, you know what? I am going to take the leap of faith. I then stepped out. I did some research, obviously, and I gave myself a 90-day plan. I said, within 90 days, I'm going to have my company, my initial company that I started, I'm going to have that company up and running, and I'm going to find out what I needed to do. I knew that I wanted to focus in the federal government space as well as the state and local governments. So I did everything that I could to make sure that I had all of my certifications, I was registered on all of the right websites to do everything. But more importantly, what was really scary, I cashed in all of my retirement, my 401k, everything that I had saved, and I put it all on the line. And, I prayed about it. I talked with my family about it, and I took the leap of faith and jumped out there and started. So the first company I had for 7 years prior to merger and acquisition, and we were very successful. And then I started Vecra in 2020, right in the middle of a pandemic. So I guess I consider myself a serial entrepreneur now.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
7 years you ran your business, because you're being very modest. First of all, what a leap of faith. I mean, you're just like, all right, you know what? I have worked, I've raised my children. It's my time now. This is me time now. And you listened when they said, why don't you make money for yourself? Not even just making money. Why don't you do something that makes you happy and gives you some enthusiasm and a sense of purpose for your life? And you took all the money out of the bank and said, okay, I'm going to do this. This is my investment. This is my seed capital. I'm a seed capital. I am my own investor. I'm going to invest in Charlisa. I'm going to invest. I'm going to make this happen. And then you did everything you needed to do, but you're in that federal space. You're being very kind, because that 7-year run, tell us, what was your exit when you got out of that particular business?
So I grew the company to backlog when I sold the company. And that was within 7 years. My exit strategy was also always to sell the company, but I just didn't know it was going to happen that soon. But it worked out fine, right? 7 is the number for completion, right? So everything just aligned, the stars aligned, and I always knew I wasn't ready to retire, so I started another company. So I think for those 7 years, what it taught me, I learned a lot, number one, about what to do and what not to do. And it gave me the opportunity to be able to work with other experienced entrepreneurs that are in the space, those that really wanted to, be a mentor. I had an executive coach. I had a business coach that helped me to ensure that I was having a good work-life balance. Because when you're running a company, you want to make sure that you're taking care of yourself as well as your team and your employees and your customers. So that was very important to me. But those 7 years were amazing. I mean, I just, I feel like sometimes it was an out-of-body experience. But everything that happened from the time I got my first certification, I remember the first certification I sought was being an 8A. And, I went through the whole entire process with the SBA, which is 8A is a business development program. And I was able to successfully get that within 6 months, which was record time back then in 2013. And I remember the day that I received the email from the SBA, it popped in my screen, and that was my sign that this is what I'm supposed to be doing. So once I got that first certification, I said, okay, I'm going in the right direction. And then I continued to apply for other certifications. And then I began to hire employees. And bring people on because I knew I wanted to work on the business and not in the business.
Correct.
Which
Let
is
me ask you
important.
this. Let me ask you this. What exactly, because my audience is listening now. They say, oh, $80 million in 7 years. That's impressive. And that you went and you did your certifications. But what was the business? What were you doing that created that $80 million backlog?
Well, we won a large contract that was a single award task order contract. And it was providing medical coding, and it was working with the Army, with the military healthcare system. And that was our largest contract, and we bid on that in 2016. And I remember looking at the opportunity, and prior to that, we had other contracts, obviously, but they weren't that, they were smaller, but we had many of those that we were priming. So I remember the day that I went to my staff and I said, well, here's this opportunity that I'd like to bid on. And I said, I have subject matter experts. We can put together a great response. And everyone looked at me and they're like, we're a small company. I don't think small, by the way. I think large. Everyone that knows me knows that I don't think like a small business owner. And so we bid on it. And it was a woman-owned small business set aside, and we won it. And we were one of 2 companies in the entire country that won that contract. And I was just, we were all just so excited when we won it. Now, granted, it was a single award task order, so we had to bid on our bids, but just the fact that we took, again, another leap of faith and responded to the bid, we put together a great response. I put together a great team, and we knew what we were doing, and I understood the scope of work, because I'd been in healthcare for my entire career. So I'm saying all that to say that was the moment that, for me as a business owner, nothing is impossible. When you can do that. And we were a small business, and a lot of people didn't even know, we were one of 2 in the entire country. Think about that. We were a small business.
It's hard for me to imagine. And what you were doing, you took another leap of faith. But let me ask you this, because a lot of times entrepreneurs, they run into this problem. They may have won a large project, but can they fulfill it? Because are there products and their services? There's accounts receivable, there's accounts payable. All of a sudden, you've got this big behemoth, and if you don't have banking that could help you through some of the stretches you have to go through. Now, were you providing any kind of product, or was it all services so that your cash outlay wasn't as exposed?
Yes, I was. I had a great line of credit. As soon as we won the contract, I went to a bank. I had a great relationship with a financial institution, which is also very important, being a business owner. And I was able to obtain a line of credit to support the implementation of the contract, because you bring up a good point. Just because you win the contract doesn't mean you can perform it and perform it well. So no, I think because of my business acumen, I've run, like I said, I've worked for large Fortune 500 companies and small, every gamut. So, I understand profitability and loss, and I know how to structure a company. I knew that I needed to get the capital. I knew that I needed to, ensure that we had the policies in place, the structure in place, the accountability. So again, I think because of my background coming out of corporate America and being able to do that for other organizations, it made it easy to do it for myself because of what I learned doing that. So I definitely think that attributes to our success.
Let's talk about advice to our entrepreneurs, because I already know they tuned in. They just leaned in to our discussion like, wow, because you see these bids that are out there. And the first thing I do is to make sure that you have gone through the certification process and registered yourself so you have the capacity or capability to actually submit a bid. Tell us some of the challenges that you came across as you're going through these things, and like, wow, hindsight's 2020. What can you tell our audience about some things that they really need to tighten up before they can go after some of these bids?
Well, first of all, they need to make sure they have a solid foundation for their company. They have to make sure they have a solid infrastructure so that they can respond. I know a lot of business owners are afraid to step out there and hire staff, and they don't want the responsibility. But in order to grow and to scale and to go after those large bids, you have to take calculated risks. And that's what I do. That's what I did. That's what I do. So you have to weigh the benefits, versus the obstacles. Should I do this or not? So I think that, you want to ensure that you have the capital. You want to make sure you have the solid foundation. You want to make sure that you're able to respond to the customer once you get the contract. And they want to know who the owner of the company is. They want to see your face. They want to know who you are.
Yes.
And they want to know who they're dealing with. And so once you get the contract, that's just the beginning of the work. All the work, like you said, Grant, comes after that, and making sure that you can fulfill the opportunity and meet the service level agreement that's required in the contract.
Now, talk to us about the exit strategy. A lot of people, they want to get to that because that liquidity moment. Talk to us about that process and how, first you had to get exposure to it. I don't know if you've done it before, so, you had to go through that experience. What would you like to tell and share with our audience about that?
Well, I think you want to make sure that you have good records, right? You want to make sure you have a great accountant. You got to have a great attorney. Those are things that you must have as a business owner. I can't overemphasize that. You'll be required to provide a lot of documentation, about the company. And, they want to be able to see trends, positive trends, and, where the future of the company is going, not just where it is today, but where is it going tomorrow and next year? What are your plans? What's your strategy for your financial growth? What assets do you have? How many liabilities do you have? You want to make sure you keep your overhead down and your revenue up. You don't want to have too many, So I think all those things are important, and it's all part of the recipe, if you will. There's just not one single thing. But I think if your exit strategy is to one day to sell your company, you must make sure you have all those things in place, and that you're able to show profitability moving forward.
Now, here's a question. My question I got for you is what was so attractive? Do you feel, just put yourself in the mind of the buyer, the person that bought your company. What was so attractive to them about your company that they would invest in you?
Because we focus primarily in the healthcare space, and there's a lot of companies out, that deal business with the federal government. I don't have a technical background, by the way. So I know there's a lot of companies that are in IT, but I love IT partners. I have very strong IT partners in technology, but I think healthcare is something that is always attractive to, potential buyers, or even, to potential clients and customers, because it's a different level of expertise, and it's something that is always needed. It doesn't matter what industry it is. You can always do everything within healthcare. So all of our key core capability areas can support healthcare in every environment, in every setting. So I think that's what makes it attractive. You have to, make yourself unique. What is it about you that's different from others? And who are your customers? Who are you providing services
First
to?
of all, I'm so proud of you, because you're telling me your journey started, you were in nursing. You're just in nursing. And then you started to get in, you work for other consultants, you started to get experience around business. And then you got to that point where you're in business for yourself. And then you are successful. I mean, you look back at that and you know what, if I didn't do anything, so you didn't take that leap of faith. You didn't take that calculated risk. You didn't take all the money you had and invest in yourself. Think about how different your life would be. How do you feel about your success?
Well, I feel very blessed. Every morning I wake up and I'm very thankful and feel so blessed that, of where I am and where I can go. And I'm very excited about my new company that I started, Vecra. We're a full service management consulting firm. And I just wasn't ready to throw in the towel, after I sold the last company. I enjoy being an entrepreneur. There's a lot of risks, there's a lot of rewards. It can be exhausting, but I enjoy it. I have a great team that surrounds me every single day. I have a president. She runs the day-to-day operations, and she's phenomenal. And she, helps also with business development. So I focus on the growth strategy, and she focuses on, the operations, but we make a great team, and we have an awesome support staff team as well. And they all work very, very hard. We're up to 130 people already with my new company.
Wow.
And we just started. We're not even 3 years old yet.
Wow.
So that's 133 staff and consultants. They're, 99% of them are billable on contracts and work that we're doing, but they do a phenomenal job. But that just shows you the rapid growth that we've had with business number 2, right?
Yeah.
And we're in the same space. We have the same certifications. We don't have the 8A certification anymore because you can only have that once. So once you have that with one company, you can't have it again. But we don't need it. We're doing very well. I learned a lot in that 8A business development program, and it really has helped, to launch us to where we are now.
And you're still in that federal, state, like government space. That's your bread and butter.
That's our bread and butter, but we also do work with, private industry as well. And we have, but primarily we're in the federal, state, and local government. Yes.
From a healthcare perspective?
Yes, we do healthcare, program management, staffing, training. We do language interpretation and translation, which is something new for us that we're really working hard. I have an outstanding program manager that manages that program. We do facilities management. So that's just kind of a snapshot of where we are and what we've been doing.
So tell me about since you are the growth strategist, where do you see this company going in the next 3 to 5 years?
Wow. I see this company in tripling its revenue where we are now. Tripling the revenue. I have very high goals. We already have a $100 million pipeline that we're tracking, that we're monitoring, and it's probably gone up since I last looked at it. I have a wonderful, BD team as well, and they, put all the data and give me the numbers. So I like data, I like numbers, but I try to stay at the high, at a 30,000 foot level and try not to get into the weeds. But staying at that 30,000 foot level helps to make sure I'm driving the company, that we're going in the direction that we need to go in. And 3 to 5 years, I see us as being just, like I said, tripling our revenue.
Well, let me ask you this. We have a lot of entrepreneurs on the call. They're listening in. And I'm trying to make sure I want to ask this right. Is that you're a management consulting firm. Do you will help entrepreneurs to traverse this federal, local, state government space?
Absolutely. I've had a lot of mentees, and I believe that, to whom much is given, much is required, right? So I never went into business for myself, just for me. I feel like the plan, God's plan for me was to have a business, but it's to take care of other people and to help other people. I feel like it's a natural thing for me. I guess I've always had an entrepreneurial spirit and just didn't want to step out there in the beginning, but it was kind of pushed out there after I was downsized. But I'm glad that I got pushed out there. I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. It's been a phenomenal ride. Yes, it's a lot of hard work, but yes, we do we're always, talking to other companies. And I always say I don't want to be the smartest person in the room. So I'm always working with companies that know more than I do too, so we can all learn from each other. But there's a lot of room there's a lot of room for all of us to be successful. And I always say it's better to have a seat at the table than be on the menu. So that's one of my, so my goal every day is to have a seat at the table and make sure that that we're helping others, that we're feeding others and not just ourselves. So because we do get, the blessings do come back to us.
But some of the common challenges and questions I get from entrepreneurs is like, man, I want to go after these bids, or I see them, but I don't have the relationship. I'm just, I might be it takes a lot of time to put together a bid package. And you've got to pick your battles. How do you pick your battles about how you're going to go after a particular opportunity?
Well, that's a great question. So generally, particularly during COVID, it's been a challenge trying to meet with everyone, right? To build relationships with contracting officers and different agencies. Everyone was remote. So what we've tried to focus on, we've kind of had to flip our script a little bit. So we haven't been able to do things. Well, now it's improving, but we can get in front of people more than we could in the past. So a lot of it obviously is virtual, right, with Zoom. And yes, I do agree that you must know the agency. You must, it definitely absolutely helps when you understand the customer, that you know the customer's mission and what they're buying. You have to know if what you're selling is what they're buying. They may not be buying what you're selling. So you have to be very intentional. You have to be very strategic and know which companies or which opportunities you want to go after. So we do a lot of research. We try to do a lot of intel to see, what do we know about the scope of work? Do we know about the customer? Does anyone know the contracting team? Does anyone know the program staff there and what their expectations are? So you have to take all of those things into consideration. Now, the irony of this all is that for the large contract that I won with the other company, we knew the customer, but we did not know were program people per se, personally. But we bid on it and we won it anyway. So why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say that sometimes, again, you just have to take a risk. You have to take that, just bid on it. If you believe in your heart that you can do it and you can put together a great response, you have a great team to support the effort, then go ahead and bid on it anyway. And I do that quite a bit. And it really has helped. I mean, I try to balance. I don't do probably about 20% I do that way, right? So 80% I probably don't, we probably make sure that we're doing this, but 20% we jump out there and do it. And then we work organically with that customer to make sure that we're, the next opportunities come out, they know who we are. So that is kind of a long answer to your question, but
no, that's a good question, because these are the things that, and then we talked about this, and I want our audience to really get into this, because when I talk to you, within a sentence or two, you always bring up, you got to have faith. Sometimes you got to step out there where you don't actually know the outcome. You've got to take a calculated risk. And that is so hard in a volatile world that's changing rapidly. Take us through the process that you typically go through when you are about to take a calculated risk.
Oh boy, let me see how to answer that. A lot of it is my gut. I go by, I think I have a great, spirit of discernment. So if it feels right, then I'll do it. If it doesn't feel right, then I won't. So it's just my gut feeling. I don't know if it's a woman's intuition or, what we want to call it, but it's intuition. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of the way I live my whole life, and I've always lived that way. I'm always, I'm a positive person by nature. The glass is always half full to me. I don't look at anything as half empty. So I think it depends on the individual, and so it's kind of hard for me to answer that question in a broad manner, but I can tell you, for me, it's my intuition, my gut, and I use that for everything, and it never fails me. If I don't listen to it, that's when something happens. I say I should have followed my gut. But I also talk to my team. I want everyone's buy-in too, right?
Sure,
I
sure.
can't just go out there on on the island by myself. So, but I have a great team, and I hire people. I surround myself with positivity.
Aha.
I
Yes.
don't surround myself with, so our team is positive. They work hard, so it's, to me, it's like if someone says no, or if the door closes, I'm like, okay, another one will open. That wasn't for us.
hmm
We'll get something bigger. Something better will come. And
Well,
guess what? It does every time.
well, I can see that you've been successful. You
Yeah.
people realize that you've got to go through some failures in order to get you some success, but you've got to learn from these things so those things aren't repeated. But I want to ask about structure right now, because you've talked about that and your team. How are you structured in your business? Meaning your org chart? You have CEO, CMO. I mean, explain to us your team, your go-to team.
So I'm the founder and CEO, and then I hired a president, and she and I have worked together in the past. She's absolutely phenomenal. We work together very well. And so under her, we have different verticals within the organization. We have a vertical for each one of our capability areas, and then we have someone that leads each one of those verticals. And so that's the structure. And then we have an awesome, what we call our program specialists, program assistants that work with each of the verticals, and they support the lead that is on that vertical. That works very well for us. We have an awesome program proposal manager, and we just recently added a awesome, growth strategist, VP level position. But all these positions play an important role in what we do every day. Now, I know people are probably like, well, she's only less than 3 years old and she's brought all of those positions on already. But to me, I'd rather put the money up front to get that solid foundation in place, because then we can go anywhere, right? So instead of me and one other person trying to run the day-to-day operation, that's not effective. It can be stressful when you have to put out a lot of, money, expenses, but to me, it's an investment. I don't look at it as an expense. I look at it as an investment in the business, in the company. So that's the structure. It works really, really well. We operate like we're a large company. People, the structure allows for accountability, and we have great, reporting mechanisms in place. So we're able to maintain and monitor, and I trust every single one of them. So I don't need to be down in the weeds as the CEO. I'm comfortable with the management structure and with the organizational structure as we have it right now. And that allows me to focus on the horizon and, bring back opportunities that everyone will turn around and look at me and say, do you want us to bid on this? So those are the kind of things, that we do. That's the structure, but it works well for us.
I want to know about financial acumen. A lot of the business owners, they may know the expertise of the business that they're in. They're very, very good in providing a product or service especially an entrepreneur. Sometimes you're a solopreneur, right? But they don't always have the financial acumen, which is so important in business, understanding how money flows and the money talk. How did you get that type of knowledge, and how are you utilizing it today?
Well, I think again, when I've worked for companies where I've had large profit and loss responsibility, I had large budgets that I had to manage and oversee in corporate America. That definitely helped me, with my being an entrepreneur. And that's another one of my key roles as founder and CEO is to manage the finances. I oversee it, but I have accountants, I have CPAs, I have a tax CPA, I have a CFO. So I stay on the money side, making sure the money is right and making sure that, we're moving forward as an organization. We have financial stability. So to answer your question, I think that, that is just essential. I mean, it's crucial. You have to have that in place. And if you don't have that experience and background, then hire someone that does. Get with an accountant or someone that you trust that is familiar with working with small businesses and can be able to advise you not only from a tax perspective, but also with your financials on a regular basis. Because when you go to seek out funding for your company, that's the first thing the bank's going to ask you for. Let me see your financial statement. And you have to be able to understand it. You have to be able to explain, what is on there and why you're doing things the way that you're doing. So it's very, very important. So I stay very close to that part of the business. And that's, what my primary role is, to make sure that we have the resources so that the company can operate and function.
Very, very important. So you've got the finance arm, you've got that. From a marketing perspective, you say you've been in business now with Vecra for 3 years, and you're coming out of COVID, and you've grown to now 130 employees already. What was your marketing strategy to get to where you are now?
Well, we've done a lot of things virtually, just trying to virtually reach out. We don't sit back and wait for someone to call us. We reach out to agencies. We look at their pipeline to see what opportunities are coming down. But most importantly, we work on effective and efficient, relationships within the organization, working with the small business offices of targeted agencies to make sure that we understand, what their goals are. We look at what agencies have certain set-asides that they may have not met, or that they're targeting. What is their targeted budget for, for example, for a woman-owned small business? We're certified in that arena. We're certified SDVOSB within, for VA opportunities. So those are things that you want to make sure, again, that if you have those, then you can go to agencies and you can market yourself. You can tell them what you're offering and, how you're going to be able to help them to become more efficient and provide cost-effective and quality, services for them.
No, that's awesome. Now you're doing it not just on the federal level. Do you do it for cities as well? Do you look for city opportunities?
Yes, absolutely. Yep. Federal, state, local, cities,
nationwide,
private industry.
Nationwide. Now
we don't leave anything off the table. Part of that is because I believe in diversification of revenue streams.
Yeah, right.
I've never wanted all of my, our revenue to come from one agency or from one industry. I think because then you're just closing yourself off, to opportunities. So again, that may not be comfortable for a lot of business owners. I know some are much more conservative than I am. And they may not want to step out and, go to other agencies, or it could be overwhelming, but for us, it works. So we have state contracts, we have federal contracts, we have, we're a subcontractor to large business. So we do it all.
And you are classified. So if I looked you up in the federal registry, let's just say Vecra, it's going to tell me that you are woman-owned. It's going to tell me that you're a minority.
Yes.
What else will it tell me?
And service disabled, veteran-owned small business as well.
Oh, wow. All right. So you're checking a lot of boxes.
Yeah.
Now, are you part of I know like in Florida, we have the Florida Minority Supplier Council, and that helped. Are you part of those organizations on a nationwide level as well?
I'm not on a nationwide. A couple of them I am, and I do, want to go to the meetings. But again, everything's been virtual. But yeah, I'm part of some of those organizations. Yes, absolutely.
I know you.
And we also have. Yeah, I was going to say we also have offices in 3 locations in Maryland, Virginia, and Florida.
Right. So
we're spread out regionally as well. Yes.
You're in DC. I mean, you made your bones in DC, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And we have commonality. People may not know that I met Charlisa through the National Association of Health Services Executives, and she was the first executive director some time ago. Did that organization help you, as you look back, did it help you to get to a different level?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as a nonprofit and doing fundraising, again, having profit and loss responsibility, absolutely. So it's a great organization, and the opportunity to meet healthcare executives all across the country. So I have a great network and it's because of all my years, working and being in professional, but I believe in networking and working across the lines and across the country. So no, it's a great organization, and it was a great way for me to make connections, particularly in C-suites and different industries. So no, it works out very well within the healthcare industry.
Well, we've only got a few minutes left, and I want to make sure we don't leave anything off the table, that we cover the ground. So I want to give the mic to you as you think about some things that we have not talked about that you really feel is important. What would you like to share?
Well, I'd like to share. I've got some tips here that I want to read off, because I think these are things, and they're not in any particular order, but I think they're my little tips, my little words of wisdom, if you will. And they're not in, like I said, they're not in any order of priority. But the first thing I want to make sure of is that as an entrepreneur, you have to create a plan and you have to work the plan, right? You have to be focused and strategic. Another thing I always say is begin with the end in mind. Keep the faith and believe. I said that all the time. Yeah, I've said that throughout my conversation, because that is what guides my life daily. Find a personal coach. Have a clarity of vision that is aligned with personal, professional, relational, spiritual, mental, and soul goals. Organize a corporate advisory board. That was essential for me, particularly with my last company, and I'm forming one now as well with Becca. Just awesome. People that you trust. Live deliberately. Make each day count towards your mission and your vision. Be able to clearly articulate your mission and vision to your potential clients. I said this earlier too, to whom much is given, much is required, but be sure to give back. So you mentioned that I started a nonprofit 501c3 earlier, and that was very important to me. And in fact, I started the nonprofit and the for-profit on the exact same day. Because again, I wanted to make sure I'm holding to that commitment to give back. Tell your story to others. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. Tell them, so you never know who you may inspire one day when you do that. I mentioned take calculated risks, weighing the pros and cons. We talked about that earlier. Be prepared for peaks and valleys, because you're going to have some. You're going to have some long hours and some sleepless nights. And what do you want as a business owner? What do you want people to remember about you? And how do you want to position yourself in the market? We were very deliberate. I'm very deliberate that we are primarily a health management consulting firm, but we provide these other, wraparound services to other agencies as well, and within the healthcare industry. Be present and available, easily accessible to your client, and that's particularly important, not just in the federal government space, but any space that you're within. Be patient and don't give up. Take care of yourself. That is so important, because if you don't take care of yourself, you can't take care of anyone else. Try to maintain. So for that, you need to maintain a work-life balance, or blend, as some people say, a good work-life balance and blend. Create your brand. And I know 5 Star Media, that's right. That's Grant can help you to do that. Look and feel of your website. Make sure you keep everything fresh and updated. And I mentioned earlier, get a good accountant and attorney. I can't overemphasize that. Make sure you have a good banking relationship. And make sure you have enough cash on hand to sustain operations for at least 60 days. Because when you get that contract, when you kick off that new contract, You're going to have people working on it for 30 days before you actually do your invoice. And then you have to wait up to 30 days to get your money. So you have to be able to sustain at least 60 days operationally.
All right.
Build a solid foundation.
They're kicking us off the network now.
They're kicking us up. Okay. Well, that's all that I have.
Yep.
But last but not least, make it happen. Don't sit there. Take the leap of faith. So thank you for the opportunity.
This has been wonderful, Charlisa. You are an inspiration. I really love that you took the time to share. You are giving back to us. You're giving back to our entire community. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart.
That's my pleasure. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Oh, yes. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Wow, that was special. You know, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpo.usa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want you to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Versailles Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Staff Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman, Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common. I'll see you on the other side.
Hi, my name is Holly Bird Miller, and I am the brand and beauty ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. I have 27 years in sales, marketing, business development, branding, and brand strategy. So my genius is common. What got me into the love of branding and beauty is I love to allow our professional clients to look like the best version of themselves, to elevate their executive presence. So I've surrounded myself with a global team of videographers, photographers, hairstylists, makeup artists, wardrobe stylists, social media managers, and brand strategists to make sure that we are your one-stop branding agency. So I am so proud to be the brand and beauty ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. My genius is common.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be leaving, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Are you tired of spending way too much energy and time on time-consuming administrative and creative tasks? And not enough time on producing income for your business? Do you have more to-dos on your plate than you can possibly accomplish? Are you struggling to keep up with marketing and social media presence? Superwoman is here to save your day. We take the stress out of your day by turning your to-dos into ta-da! We service various industries, including finance, entertainment, construction, technology, and fintech. Let us help you with the many nagging details it takes to develop and run a successful business. Let us focus on productivity so you can focus on those profits. Contact us today, scan the QR code, or go to www.superwoman.go.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem?
Okay.
There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with the power to make big purchases in his hands, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy. Especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face-to-face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem?
Okay.
There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with the power to make big purchases in his hands, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy. Especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, everyone. I want to say good morning to a lot of people, good afternoon, good night, depending on where you're located. We want to talk to business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw. I am the CEO of 5-Star BDM, where we help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Sade Brown. Sade Brown, more popularly known as Luxury Sai, is a self-care enthusiast who helps busy women solve home decor dilemmas, create personalized beauty and self-care solutions, and inspires leaders and rising stars. The Luxury Sai brand celebrates life and Epicurean experiences. Its print and digital footprint helps people create a home and life they love for the moments that matter to them most. I present to you Sade Brown.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me this morning. How are you, Grant?
I'm doing great. I want you to pronounce your name because I want to make sure I did not mess that up. We are on point.
It's Saida.
Saida. See, I knew something was wrong. I knew something was wrong.
Saida. It's a pleasure.
All right. Very pretty.
Thank you. I love this concept. So I'm so ready to have a conversation with you.
Well, we're going to get you started, let you have the stage. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Well, everybody, good morning. This is crazy. I just said like kind of a behind the scenes message that I really love the back and forth. So please, if you have any questions, pop them in the chat room. And then I would love to have a couple of conversations, answer a couple of questions with Grant, because what I do is so unique. I feel I'm uniquely qualified to do exactly the job that I'm doing. And I'm here to really spread as much information and knowledge as I can about the trajectory of my business journey. So I will start by this, just saying that where I am now is the owner and creative director of Urban Cabana Interior Design. And we are one of the fastest growing Black-owned interior design firms that are out right now. I feel it's an absolute honor and a privilege to be able to lead a fantastic team in truly helping people and women and families create the home they love for the moments that matter to them the most. Since this is a show about Black business, I feel it's critically important to take you on a bit of a journey of how as an owner, I got from here to there. So I want to rewind the tape, and I'm going to answer, a couple of questions that are asked most of me about interior design as a practice. And then I'm going to rewind and get a little bit into the journey of running a very efficient business with a team that has actually scaled very quickly. And so one of the questions I'm asked most frequently is, how did you get into interior design? So let me start by saying this. I have been in real estate for many, many years. And to take it back a step further, I was a stay-at-home mom. And this message right here is for all of you moms who may or may not stay at home, and dads too, for that matter. Your children are going to grow up and they're going to leave. Let me just say this right now. Let's be clear. These little darlings that we love and we hold near and dear to our heart, they are going to grow up and they are going to leave. And that's exactly what happened to me. So I realized as my children were progressing through middle school and high school, like, hold up, they're getting ready to make their exodus and they're going to be leaving me. And I really didn't have anything that I knew I wanted to do once they went off to college and started families. And so I had been able to do a lot of consulting work in the areas of strategy and development as they were progressing through school, but nothing that I could really stick a flag in and say, this is where I want to ride off into the sunset. And so I looked at it from a straight business perspective, I took an economic position. What can I do that's going to make the most money in the least amount of time once my children are out of high school? And real estate was just a natural step for me, because I knew I could make a few $1,000s per transaction, and it would allow me to make up for those years of lost income while I spent raising my family and being a wife and just growing an amazing family unit, right? And so then what happened is, as I'm progressing, doing really well, big shout out to Sotheby's International Realty, the best real estate brokerage, I believe, that's around. I was licensed in New York, New Jersey, as well as North Carolina. And Sotheby's is just a premier brokerage. So I did really well with the firm. And then COVID happened, right? So we're all sitting at home. We couldn't go outside. At the time, I was based in New York City. And so let me just say, we all saw the news. 3,000 people died, 2,000 people, 700. I mean, people were just passing away due to COVID. So we were not even able to even go outside. We literally had to just sit in the house. And so now you can't sell real estate this way. So I'm wondering, how am I going to pivot and change and move the needle, because I still need to make up for lost income, right? So as we started peeking our heads above, coming up for air, I realized that real estate just wasn't as fulfilling anymore. It became a very arduous rat race, people fighting over deals, people fighting over homes. Real great people who worked hard to save for their first home and build wealth for their family were losing out to investors and people with all cash, prepared to make all cash deals. I saw the sadness in the eyes of particularly Black aspiring homeowners just fall through their fingers through absolutely no fault of their own. And I realized for my own spirit, I could not do that anymore as a career. I just felt like I'm helping, I'm working, I'm getting them financing, and just too many good people were losing out on deals to these institutions. And so I saw a bit of that going into COVID, but I just realized coming out of it, that's a space that I don't want to nest in anymore. And so I really had to put some thought, and there's power. Let me say this, we're speaking on a business show. There is power, true power in making a decision. Listen to me clearly. There is true power in making a decision, making a declarative statement to yourself and to the people around you. This is what I'm going to do. This is what it's going to be. This is how I'm going to move. And in that space, the world and people that support you will maneuver and contort themselves to support you. And that's really what I did. After much thought and prayer and consideration, I realized I was very good and natural at staging homes. When you sell $1 million homes and you work on $1 million deals, these homes have to be styled impeccably. It goes beyond decluttering and removing family photos and personalized items within the home. You're talking about really being shrewd about color choices, feng shui, furniture layout, and I was actually very, very good at that. And so it was a natural progression, and through a few conversations, I said, you know what, I'm getting into interior design. And so in that space, once I decided, I made that decision, there was no left, there was no right. And so at that point, I started laying the foundation. We're coming out of COVID. I started sending out emails to my list again. Side note, make sure you build an email list. You are not in business if you do not have a book of business of contacts that you can call when you are engaged in business in your daily business routine. I built an amazing book of businesses. I specialized in athlete and celebrity relocation. When I made my exodus from real estate, I could have very seamlessly and easily sold my book of business. It would have been very, very valuable, especially coming from Sotheby's International Realty. But instead of selling it, I made the decision and the choice to bring my relationships with me into interior design, right? So now I decided to get into interior design, started reaching out. We're coming out of COVID. People have extra money. Their spaces, they've been nesting and claustrophobic. And I just started doing the work. You must do the work. There are no shortcuts. There are no easy roads. You must do the work. Have a book of business. Make a declarative statement to yourself and to others, and be ready to get your feet in the mud. You must do the work. And in that space, I started acquiring clients because there's a history, there's a journey, there's a story that I was able to take my relationships with, my partners, my associates, people that have known me in this space of strategy and development for the last 20 plus years. They came along with me into this new space, and it served me really well. Keep a clean name. You can't get to where you want to be if you're constantly burning bridges along the way. It's not going to work out very well for you. And so at that point, I realized when I started telling people I'm going to be an interior designer, and I started being a little bit more out front and open, I kept getting these puzzled looks like, "You're an interior designer?" And I couldn't figure out why. I felt like Hester, and I had a scarlet letter on my chest. And then I realized very quickly it's because people are not used to seeing Black interior designers. Let's put a pin right there. When you turn on HGTV or many of these home decor channels, or you see ads for lighting, for tile, and for fixtures, you don't see people of color. You do not see people of color, period. You just don't. Turn on HGTV and you see other ethnicities renovating a barn, renovating a farmhouse, breaking down walls and doing flips, which is great. It's great for my industry, but it's bad because people of color don't realize there's somebody out there advocating for them. Let me share why it's important to have a Black interior designer, particularly if you're a person of color. There are certain situations that we may understand over other people. I know what it's like to have multi-generations living in one house. I know what it's like when you have adult children in the home. There's a level of sensitivity that exists that may not exist if you're working with someone else. So I had a situation where I was selling a home. We had to stage the property, and the woman was still shopping for holiday gifts. I was able to tell her, sit down and have a real heart-to-heart, chest-to-chest, breast-to-breast conversation with her about why there needed to be a pivot in her behavior, because the house was being sold under duress. It needed to be staged. There were certain financial aspects of this deal that she needed to consider, but the message was received extremely well because we could relate. And so I feel it's very important for someone like me to be out in the public, not for any narcissistic reason, but to be out in the public so people can see that there are interior designers that specialize in balconies and backyards and small spaces. Believe it or not, I'm doing 2 pet spaces right now. For many of you who follow me on Instagram, you can go to Luxury Psy on Instagram. We just adopted a mascot, Roxy Savage, the cutest little Shih Tzu and Pekingese. And so in designing a space comfortable for her, I started sharing that I'm now designing pet spaces. Who knew that there's a whole vertical and cottage industry on designing spaces for puppies and kittens, right? So when you look at where I go and the trajectory that I've been on, people ask why am I visible? Why interior design? There is a need for the services that we provide, even though our service is a luxury. I truly occupy a luxury space because you can go and purchase furniture anywhere. You can purchase curtains at any store, but to have a certain aesthetic, to really make your home the place you want it to be for your family and friends, that's why we're hired. And so I wanted to touch on that aspect. And now I want to touch on, if I may, I know Grant is going to pop back on shortly, the business side of what I do. The speaker that was on before me talked about at length about the need to have professionals around you. She has a working line of credit. I'm not going to totally repeat some of the things she said, but I do feel that it's necessary and it's worth mentioning. 7 years ago, I was interviewed by BBC, the British Broadcasting Network, on the importance of a Black bank. Let me just say this. I strongly encourage you to bank Black. I do. Even those big name banks are great and they're fun, but listen to this. This is a very critical piece right now because this is the Black Business Network. Even if you run your mortgage or just your bills through a Black bank that gives them the deposits that meet certain metrics for them to now loan that money back out and give lines of credit to other qualifying businesses. Our money, our deposits are leveraged so that they can do more work within underserved communities. Let me give you a for instance. I banked previously at a big name bank, had X amount of dollars in the bank, and over the course of the year, my interest that I earned was $2.55. Craziness, absolutely craziness. It was insanity. And so I finally went to the bank. I said, I'd like to do a wire transfer, pull this money out. And they were, oh, Ms. Brown, how can we help you? You can't. Because I know for a fact they were leveraging my deposit to help businesses grow that did not look like mine. Pulled my deposit out. I put it into a Black-run bank. And now I know for sure the amount of interest to a certain degree is almost inconsequential if we're looking at the macro, if we're taking a macro approach of the good that this money can do, right? So now I know these deposits, because I already saw how paltry my interest earned was on that amount, but at least I know the deposits, the balance, the maintaining balance, the minimum met balance that was in that account can be leveraged to loan out to other businesses that look like mine. Interior design is just one cog in the whole home market. Home builders, developers, stagers, designers. These are all industries that work within communities that help people acquire wealth. So now I touched on that. I want to share one more thing before I kind of go into the backstory of why interior design and then what my day actually looks like. It is widely documented that home ownership is a very solid, salient, and clean trajectory to wealth acquisition. What happens is, and I learned this in a real visceral way when I was in real estate, how we are left out of a lot of this wealth acquisition in our community because of certain metrics, because of certain zip codes. My prayer for anybody that's watching this broadcast is to please interview and find a good real estate agent who can work with you. Clearly, I'm not soliciting myself because I'm not in real estate anymore. My pandemic pivot was to go into interior design. But the critical piece is you find somebody who can work with you, because when you look at their entire ecosystem around the real estate industry, there are many main ways to help your family acquire wealth. Not only does real estate typically in most markets appreciate, but now you can pull this money out to start a business. You can pull the equity out of your home to do other things, which then aids in the stability, the financial stability and upward trajectory of your bloodline. This is a very key piece. When I started in real estate, I almost was helping people save their home more than I was selling the home, because I understood grandmama passed that house down to the daughter passed that house down to the son. There's a lot of deferred maintenance, and now the son doesn't want it anymore. I coaxed, and this is where the two worlds of interior design and real estate actually merged. I coaxed to really help these families not sell, working against my own self-interest many times, but to make sure that that wealth is stayed within the family. So with that being said, I would like to go through kind of just more of the fun side, what a typical day looks like in the life of an interior designer, how our money moves and how we bid for projects and contracts and things like that. For me, my typical day starts at 4:00 in the morning, and I work out every day, widely documented on social media. I cannot stress the importance of being fit. People want to do business with people who are fit and healthy. And that's not to say if you're not fit and healthy that you won't get business, you won't get clients. but studies have shown there are many statistics behind the perception of go-getters. You can Google that. The perception of people that get up early and they work out. There's this perception that they are working at a much higher level than the rest of the population. I have also found it is a very good and effective way to get business. Women, if you want to meet men, men, if you want to meet women, and women and men, if you want to meet potential people you can do business with, trust me, be at the gym at 5 o'clock in the morning. Sounds crazy, but that's where all of the high drivers, or many of the high drivers, convene. If someone is going to get up at 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 4:30 in the morning and be at the gym and get on that treadmill and sweat and ride a bike and do what they can to keep themselves fit, you best believe they are a high driver. That is somebody that you want to go into a relationship and go into a business with. Hey, Grant, you're back.
Oh, no, we've been listening. To you speak and talk about some very important things. And I love how you frame that story around pivoting, that you had a certain expertise, so you were driving in a certain way, you smack dab into COVID, you found a niche in interior design, you attached it to a cause and a point of view that's important, very, very important. So I want you to continue on this conversational track and help us, because what you said about the banking industry, we just don't understand really. Then that's the lifeblood, right? Once you understand how that flow is, you got, if you don't, I put it like this, if you don't water your lawn, the grass dies, right? So you just can't depend always on Mother Nature to come by and drop some rain on it to get some, to get some much needed moisture. So you're going to have to nurture it. So we've got to nurture our community, and we nurture our community through the banking system. So you want like to elaborate a little bit more on that?
Sure. I want to, if I may, just pin for 1 minute just how I work through my day, and then we can go right back to the
without question. Don't let me upset you.
No, not at all. I love this because that's I'm glad that you actually popped back on and we touched on that, because people don't understand how critical it is to have a relationship with your banker. So I'm going to go past the gym aspect. And once I'm cleaned up and I'm at my desk in the morning, I make calls. There is a lost art in making calls and sending thank you notes. I do this every day. It sounds corny. My design team was like, Saida, I can't believe you take the time to do that. That is how I was successful. So at the beginning of the month, I buy 1 roll of stamps. And I make sure that that roll of stamps is exhausted, because I actually send thank you notes to people. Send them to, even if it's just a happy birthday, how are you doing? People still like to receive things in the mail. You may think that they don't, but they do. So I make sure I make my sales calls from 8 to 11. At that point, I'm looking at, I'm pretty much shopping for my clients. I'm sending proposals. So really in the middle of the day, I can be doing an installation. Any point in time during the day after 11 o'clock in the morning, when I've made all of my sales calls, it's really about proposals and pitches. And I tell anybody in business, you have really 1 job, but maybe 2. Get clients, service clients. That's it. Not complicated. Get clients, service clients. That is it. So that's 2 things really. So I spend the bulk of my day either getting clients or servicing clients. And if you find yourself in a situation where you don't have any clients to service, then you only have 1 job, and that's to get clients. Period. All of the other things can happen in and around in a cursory way. At night, you do want to do networking. All of that is great, but you have a job as a business owner, not a hobby owner, a business owner, and that is to get clients, service clients, and then you put a pin in it. So with that being said, if you would like, we can definitely pivot back to the critical.
No, you're continuing on. This is good. I'm in business development. So what you just said, and if you don't have that formula, so we're getting back to some of that, how do you nurture, your business, and you're nurturing your community. We'll definitely talk about the banking, but everything you're talking about is about how you nurture and grow your business for sustainability and scale.
Well, it really comes from knowing your numbers. I knew. So I spent many years the Bible says never despise small beginnings, right? So when I was a stay-at-home mom, I started with PTA things that most moms do. And it's just, don't split hairs about it's a mom, it could be a dad. Let's just use me for an example, a mom. Yeah. And so when my children were little, first, second, and third grade, it started by doing fundraisers and things like that. And then I started making suggestions. Well, maybe we can do it this way. I didn't even realize I was building and nurturing a career in strategy development and fundraising. That alone is its own career, right?
Awesome. Yeah.
In that capacity, I met bankers. I met people that have a fiduciary responsibility over funds. And I learned the critical importance of maintaining relationships with these people. And unfortunately, to my point, I didn't know that could be a real thing. I'm just raising money for my kids, backpack outing for spring or something like that. I didn't realize that if this was X10, you take it to the X10 factor, that okay, we raised 2,000. Well, Saida, do it X10, you're now raising 20,000. Do it X more, you're now raising 200,000, right? I diminished the own work that I was doing. And that's why I had to say, don't despise small beginnings, because you realize that was a whole career in and of itself. But the world revolves around money, or the lack thereof. And if we take it back to the financial crisis and in the housing crisis in 2008, the reason we got into that is because banks hedged and financial institutions hedged their bets against poor people. That's how we got into that mess, and they lost lost big. And so I feel like as a business owner, we're so busy working in the business, but we're not working on the business.
Correct.
We're doing this, we're spinning our wheels, we're baking cakes, we're making earrings, making widgets to sell at a swap meter at a pop-up. But you really need to kind of take some time, step back, and look at your numbers. We saw when COVID happened and businesses were shut down, people that had a cash reserve, business owners that had a cash reserve and had relationships were able to sustain themselves, not to the degree that their business continued the direction, the financial projections and trajectory that they were on, but they were able, at least somewhat better able to weather the storm because they knew their numbers. Mm-hmm. Real estate, I hired a coach. Let me just say this, if I may. Never underestimate the power of wise counsel. You need somebody around you to have an objective perspective and an objective opinion, because you're in it every day. You're in it every day. You need somebody to be able to say, hey, Saida, maybe you should look at it this way. Or, hey, Sharon, you may need to look at it this way. Or, hey, James, you need to look at it this way, right? Your friends are great. Hire a coach. I hired a coach the first year I was in real estate. And my coach to this day, I mean, he just changed my life, not even just in business, but just in real estate. And he said to me, Saida, know your numbers. How many calls did you make today? How many emails did you send today? How many database ads? I had to do 10 database ads a day. Mm-hmm. That means a conversation about real estate, not just, hey, are you looking to buy a home? Conversations, and then a database ad qualified with their name, their email address, and phone number, and then the bonus would be their mailing address, right? 10 a day.
Yeah.
But now if you do that, and that's why I said at the top of my talk, I ended up with a very powerful book of business that I could have sold. But instead, because I nurtured these relationships, I was able to move them into the next iteration of who Luxury Sai is, and that was interior design. But all of this, knowing the money, following the money, knowing your numbers, how many calls you make, that makes you a business owner.
Yeah.
I make the best cakes in North Carolina. That's not it.
No, you're taking it to that next level. You've got to put in the work. You've got to put in the reputation. There's no one going to roll out of bed and become, an NFL player, NFL superstar. You've got to. There's a guy I interviewed on my podcast just recently. Recently, it was a little while back, but The thing that he said is exactly what you're saying. He said he played pickup ball, lifted weights, and prepared himself like an NBA player does for 15 years before he ever got the money. You've got to put in the work. There's no quick, there are certain shortcuts, there are certain things, but ultimately you got to do the work. Somebody's got to pick up the phone. Somebody's got to send that email. Somebody's got to nurture that relationship, because it doesn't grow overnight. You plant a seed in the ground, and then you apply the sunlight, you apply all the elements for it to then break ground and grow. But guess what? That takes its time. It's not going to happen in a couple of months. It might not happen maybe even a couple of years for certain businesses to really reach their stride. But you've got to get to that point where you find your own inner strength. And what you said is so, so important. In order to build a business and be good at it, you will not do so if you don't have effective coaching.
That's right.
You've got to have it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You need a coach. You need a coach. Somebody who can hold you accountable, not your cousin, not your auntie, unless they are a coach. Because this person is going to ask you. I remember, if I may just really quickly share, the first day I hired my coach, he said, Saida, pull out your phone. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. It was a Tuesday. He said, make a phone call. I said, well, who am I calling? He said, pick anybody in your phone, call them and tell them you're now in real estate. What? I said, everybody. And I came with 50 excuses why I could not call one person. They're at work. My best friend's a teacher. She's in her class. He said, you may get voicemail, call one person. And I wouldn't do it. I was petrified with fear. I didn't want people to know that didn't want them to think I was being thirsty, he said that what we need to do is you need to give your license back to New York State and go find another career.
Wow. Point blank.
What? And so the point he was making was that you have to do the work. To your point, I hired a personal trainer. When I turned 40 years old, I was overweight, not healthy, and I knew I needed help. I hired a trainer, and he gave me a menu. And on this menu, not a diet, but a list of things I could eat, said 15 grapes. And I said, Daryl, there is no way I can eat 15 grapes as a snack. And this is what he did to me. He said, well, you're not ready. And he turned and walked away. What?
Ooh, yeah.
How dare you? You know what? Those 15 grapes helped me lose 14 pounds.
Thank you.
That coach that I had, now I have no fear. Hi, this is Saida from Urban Cabana Interior Design. I'm just calling to see if you have any, I see you're developing a new project. If you have an interior designer to stage it, I will get on the phone and make a sales call in 2 seconds because my coach challenged me. That's how business is done. We can't be secret operative agents. We want family to think they're going to say something or you always doing something. So what?
Yeah.
You run a business, not a hobby.
Right. And you're going to be intimidated at first, a little scared because you're not in your lane. But I guarantee you, if somebody throw you into the 10-foot and they teach you how to swim, you will get one stroke after another. You will begin to put it together. But this is the biggest point, huge point. And I hear it a lot in the entrepreneurial space. You've got to be good at selling.
Oh, absolutely.
You have to be, that part of the business has to happen. And it has to happen from you. Someone has to be the face of your business. You can't automate your way out, of actual human to human interaction in which not to be annoying, but to be impactful and be able to share value. So you've done your research. So when you do pick up that call or you do send that email, you're sending it to someone that actually possibly will need your service either now or in the future. But now they're aware of you. They're in the rotation. They know who you are. But if you don't take that first step and begin to nurture that relation, not just one time, It's a continuous process. I love how you get up in the morning like, boom, I got to have my numbers. What do those numbers mean? It's not all about dollars and cents. It's about activity. I've got to do this every day, or you lose pipeline, you lose opportunity. You cannot dwell just on one account, 2 accounts. You've got to have a pipeline of opportunity.
I have a waiting list, a 3-week waiting list right now to do business with Urban Cabana, because I know what my capacity is. Of course, I'm looking for a new interior designer to add to our team, but it was designed this way. It was designed so that way I can handle the projects. I need to have a waiting list. Anybody should have a waiting list because that's your future income, right?
Yep.
Dr. Ralph Grant, wonderful, one of my best college professors taught me, know your portfolio. Know what you are selling every day. Because somebody can come to you and say, hey, do you do this? Do you do that? And you'll go off on all these tangents that take you away from your core competency.
Well, we've got to conclude now. We're at the hour. Do you please leave the audience with how to get in touch with you?
Absolutely. For more information on Urban Cabana Interior Design and me, you can log on to urbancabanadesign.com or luxuryside.com. And we are on Instagram and Facebook. Thank you so much, Grant, for having me today.
No, thank you. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. What a wonderful person. And I want you all to know that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.